Hey, good morning. It is Tuesday. It is Tuesday, my dudes. May 13th, 2025. Tanner, Drew, and Lauren, we are live.
Oh, yeah.
Hey. It's going to be a wet couple of days, I think. I saw in the forecast it's going to be raining all week, unless it's changed, because things can change so quickly.
Yeah.
Man, yesterday was quite a nightmare because remember we had some tryouts planned.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
And thunder and lightning on that side of the hill. And, my kid doesn't have a phone. And so I get a call, or Amy gets a call from a random number, and it's Lucy crying on the phone because all the other kids are getting picked up, and she's just standing in a storm. I'm like, all right, stop crying.
Yeah.
Well, I was there, and, I was driving through a monsoon and speeding just because I was wanting to pick her up, but it was biblical.
Yeah, it was coming down, man. Like, you were saying you had, rivers in your backyard.
Yeah, and that like, when I went to pick up Lucy, I had to go up, like, a big hill, a massive hill called Overlook, and the water was running down it felt like I was driving up a river.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was.
I have a hill in my backyard. It kind of slopes, and the bottom of it was just. Luckily, I have a drain down there, but boy, it was puddling up.
That's good.
Thank God you have a drain.
The drain,
you'd be cooked.
Yeah, the drain was having a hard time though. I probably should go in there and make sure it's all cleared out.
Cleared out, yeah.
It looks like today it's kind of the same thing. Maybe not as hard as yesterday, but it looks like it's going to rain. Tomorrow, same thing. Thursday, same thing. Friday, it looks like we may have some relief but some clouds. We'll have some clouds.
Okay.
And then the weekend back to rain. I have rain on my forecast for the foreseeable future.
So do I, and I'm just hoping that it's light in comparison to what we saw yesterday.
And I mean, I guess we probably need it.
We do.
But,
so
was that 10 days worth of rain in 2 hours?
Yeah.
It felt like.
So did Lucy get to do her tryouts, or did they cancel them?
They canceled the rest of the first day, and so now they're longer today if it allows for it. So the final day.
Yeah. All right. Later on this morning, we'll get you some tickets to go see Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace. 105.9 The Brew presents that show coming up October 1st, and we'll have your tickets at 7:30 this morning. In the meantime,
let's get it on. And now the big story.
It's time to go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. Drew, you want to go?
Sure. Sorry, I was looking at the weather. Let me pop back open my story. The big story to me is the DMV now will allow you to report your crashes online. Now, some people don't know this, and it can get you into some trouble. When I was younger, I didn't know this and had to learn the hard way. The Oregon DMV does require you to file a report if the damage is over $2,500 if a vehicle is towed. So, automatic, you've got to report it, or you can have your license suspended, you can get fines, things like that. Now, the online version will make that more streamlined and will use diagrams to show what happened, so you'll be able to kind of map it out that way. And the reporting tool is on the DMV to You website. If you're out of state, like an out-of-state driver, you still need to fill out the paper form.
Interesting. I wouldn't have ever known that. I think the big story is that maybe you guys have been following this, but there is a guy from Oregon who is sailing from the Oregon coast to Hawaii with his cat, Phoenix. His name is Oliver Widger, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. But he's 29 years old, and after he was diagnosed with Klippel-Feil syndrome, also probably ruining that name, but it's a rare skeletal disorder, and he decided after his diagnosis he was going to start living out his dream. So he quit his job, he liquidated his 401k, he bought a boat here in Portland, and he learned to sail. He had no sailing experience prior to about a year ago, and recently he set sail about 2 weeks ago. He set sail from the Oregon coast. He's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean somewhere now on his journey to Hawaii with his cat, but you can follow along with him at Sailing with Phoenix on Instagram.
I followed him, I think, starting the first day he launched. I saw one of his first videos, and he looked a little nervous, but each day that passed, he got a little bit more confident.
Yeah.
And that's pretty incredible. I just hope that he makes it.
I know, because what's the total travel time? I fear that a storm is going to show up at some point.
How long does it how long does it take to sail? I'll just type that in. How long does it take to sail from Oregon to where?
Hawaii.
Hawaii. says typically could take around 18 days. But is this like
That's probably by a
Maybe
pro.
that's an experienced. But they did
But
say
18
he said, and he's 12 days in now, I believe, and they said perhaps the most dangerous part of this is what they call the graveyard of the Pacific, which is where the Columbia River meets the ocean, and he made it past that.
Oh, great.
So that's a good a good thing.
Is they call it the graveyard? Is that where like a bunch of ships sink?
Just yes,
Okay.
essentially.
But if, I
So-
mean, if he's sailing, I think he started there, right? Because the Columbia meets the Pacific
He said if you're
in
like,
Astoria.
I think his first post, he was like, if you're seeing this, I've made it past the graveyard of the Pacific. So he must have passed through it at some point. But I don't know the ins and outs of it. But.
Pretty great. Yeah, we'll put a link up and some of his videos at our website at 1059thebrew.com. Scientists, I think the big story is scientists have spotted negative light called negative frequency photons for the first time. This discovery, nicknamed, quote, darker than darkness, happened last week and shakes up what we know about light and quantum physics. The find opens doors for new tech like better quantum computers and communication systems. Now, I don't know what all that means.
Yeah.
But all that quantum stuff's pretty cool. You know, we could solve problems faster, come up with new tech quicker, let computers figure it out.
It's getting pretty quick.
Anytime the word quantum is used, I'm like, wow, these people are a lot smarter than me.
Quantum!
I have no idea.
You tell
what
us
is going on.
Dum Dum's Quantum, and we're like, sweet.
Whoa.
Nice.
More on those stories at 1059thebrew.com while you're there. Enter this hour's keyword for your shot at $1,000 in cash. It takes you less than 30 seconds. You can do this from your cell phone or your desktop, and you could be a thousandaire.
Yeah.
The keyword is cash. 1059thebrew.com. Enter the keyword cash, and then watch your cell phone. We could call you back.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Happy Tuesday. Laura's worst week or worst day of the week. She hates Tuesdays.
I don't love Tuesdays.
It's her worst, the day she hates the most. Why is it that you hate Tuesdays more than any day?
Because it's like we're past the Monday. So Monday, I feel like it's a little bit easier to ease into the week on a Monday because you're back to it, but you're still kind of just like, I don't know, you're like riding the high from the weekend still.
Okay.
But then Tuesday, that's over. And you're still so far from the weekend.
Yeah, I see.
Like, and also Tuesdays, I have my silks class tonight, but it's not till 6:30, and so I don't even get home till like 8:15.
Ooh.
And then it's like straight to bed. So it's just like it feels like a long day.
Yeah.
Even though
It is
it's
a long
not
day.
necessarily because I have just like a big gap in the middle.
Yeah, but you
But-
know when you have pending stuff,
Yeah.
like
It feels so long, but Laura will probably take a power nap.
that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, like when I
Recharge.
anytime I had to, like back in the day, Drew and I used to have to do clubs. Like
Oh,
we would
man.
do, during the week we would do our night show from like 6 to midnight or something. And then on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays, we'd have to go to nightclubs. And that sounds fine until you actually have to do it. Because it'll get like 6 p.m. and you're all of a sudden, because you have to be somewhere at 10 p.m., you're exhausted.
And there's like an anxiety that's behind the exhaustion because you're gonna have to go back
You
to
have to
work.
work, yeah.
And going to work at 11:30 p.m. after you already did a shift it's daunting when it's on repeat for what was it, like years?
I think about a year and a half, and it was just
Did you guys have to like get up and like hype up the
Yeah,
crowd?
for sure.
That's
for sure.
That's your
man.
job.
at a place called the Jungle and another place called Tsunamis and some other places that
Wow.
like I
Yeah,
don't
we
remember.
we had some guest hypes.
Okay. Man,
Yeah,
that's
but
just like that's a
I'd be
lot.
like, everybody in the club, make some noise.
Oh yeah, and yeah, and there's people
Wow,
trying to
wow.
dance on the stage. It was a
Kill me now.
wild time.
You got to do what you got to do to pay rent.
Yeah,
You
and
know
there
what
was
I mean?
you're like standing in front of a DJ.
I hated it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess no, I hated
but,
it. Yeah, I
but
hated
we
it.
were
You were younger
young.
and yeah.
Now, at first, the idea sounded amazing. Like the only people who are here who are making money rather than
yeah,
spending
it's
all
like
your
it's
money.
like I get to get paid to drink and just like hang out all night.
Basically, and we'd park our party wagon out front with the lights.
It was
Nice.
ridiculous. Anyway, but
Yeah.
when you have something going on, Laura, the day feels longer. So
It sure does.
Godspeed on your journey today to Silk's class later on tonight. Hope you don't
Yeah.
fall.
I haven't yet, so hopefully this won't be the night that happens.
Hold on to those curtains. I was gonna say those ropes, but there's no ropes up there.
Take that out of context. We'll use that later.
I mean, they do ropes sometimes, but I don't. That's not my apparatus. Cause ouch.
All right.
The drapes.
Let's go and do this.
And now, Tanner, Drew, and Laura's dumbass of the day.
Oh boy, we always seem to hear about a pooper now and then, like a jogger who pooped,
Yeah.
or just somebody who had to like just do it in public.
Yeah, the lady did it on a car the other day.
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
my
right.
God, I forgot about her.
This story is about an Amazon driver who was caught on video pooping outside of a customer's home on Mother's Day.
Whoa!
Here's
Here's the gift.
Exactly.
Buy them.
Local news reported on the story.
A delivery driver for Amazon can't seem to hold it in. On more than one occasion, a woman is seen about to leave an Amazon package at this porch off Yano Drive in Woodland Hills around 5:30 Mother's Day morning. But she also leaves a smelly surprise. She relieves herself, does number one and number two before pulling up her shorts and walks away. The homeowners were expecting a Mother's Day gift.
When I woke up, my husband said he was going to bring me some coffee and a pastry. He went downstairs and was greeted by a...
Well, in a way, you got that. Just it was just digested and
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure she had some coffee. that
digested and
morning.
evacuated from somebody's body, but you got it.
by a not only one package but a second inappropriate disgusting package, which was essentially like human feces and looked to be urination.
So the Amazon, confirmed that the driver was terminated following the incident. So the person has been fired. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
pretty gross, pretty gnarly to come home on or come outside and see that on your.
I would love to know why.
My guess is they're so busy. right? They have like a gajillion packages to deliver in a certain amount of time, and they probably didn't have time to go.
Okay, that's fine, but like pick a bush
Yeah,
or
why wouldn't
somewhere
you-
out of the way. Why would
I'm
you
not-
choose to drop a
I'm not
deuce
defending
right
the
next to it?
destination.
I'm just trying to figure out why there.
Yeah, the location
feels-
it feels like it's on purpose to thumb their nose at something, but
Yeah.
I see.
I don't know why.
Yeah, like it could have been because we've seen videos of drivers getting frustrated. Like I always have to deliver to this stupid house.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
So here.
Mother's Day, I should be home.
Yeah. But I did see that was not the only mess she made that day. She also urinated on somebody else's porch, I think, the same morning. So
What is she, a cat?
She was just on a roll.
Whoa.
Just going around peeing on
yeah,
things?
just marking territory.
She might have some sort of mental illness and might be doing this as like.
They released her video, and like not like you can necessarily tell just by looking at somebody, but she looked pretty normal. I was like, why is this girl just going
Until
around
she
peeing on?
dropped a deuce at their
Right.
house. I mean, I think that when there's a second location, there's a chance that she has
Something's
something
going on.
going on. I mean,
Yeah.
you can walk and talk and be normal, quote unquote, and
Yeah.
then just start doing stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a weird fetish.
Amazon, your package is here.
Be like, well, that's not what I was expecting.
Yeah, maybe she just can't control it.
Got your package.
Oh my goodness.
So, well, there it is. That's disgusting. Amazon drivers, have you ever, like, what do you do when you're in that situation when you've got a lot of packages to deliver and you've got a number 2 emergency DEFCON 5 situation?
Packing one.
What do you do?
I mean, wouldn't you carry like a bottle or a bag or something in your van?
That's
I
not
don't
going to
know.
save you when you got to go
I
all the
don't-
way.
But like some
Yeah,
sort of receptacle.
They might, maybe they travel with one of those little camping toilets.
Yeah, I don't know.
866-445-1059. What?
Amazon, they drive you so hard, they probably have a little crap incinerator in there and just
They
keep
should.
you going.
Yeah.
I mean, God, the guy's shooting rockets into the sky. Let's figure out how to deuce on the go.
98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. Real quick, let's go to Siri and Steve. Yes, Siri and Steve.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I heard about this story, and I think it's like a fetish for some sick people out there, dude.
To just poop on people's doorsteps?
Yeah, or like go pee on. It's like something they get off on these kind of things, man. I swear to God.
Well, I mean,
These people are
I
sick
suppose
in
it
the
is, in nature, animals do that to mark their territory. So,
Yeah.
what if somebody's got a weird fetish of doing the same thing?
It is weird. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, man. Nowadays, nothing surprises me.
But in this
You're right.
in this day and age, wouldn't you think that an Amazon driver of all people would look up and see a Ring
camera.
doorbell?
Maybe
cam
that's part of the fetish.
Is like,
Maybe.
oh,
I can't wait to
voyeur.
watch this on the news tonight. Oh.
I mean, like, because I've watched this. Yeah, he's like they're challenging themselves. Am I gonna get caught? I'm gonna do it right in front of the camera.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think an Amazon driver goes to what, like 50, 60, 70 houses a day? I'm pretty sure they know there's a camera out there.
Yeah, I really
true.
would love to interview this person. I really would. Maybe we
Gotta
can
get a hold of
maybe
them.
we can write them all in jail because I'm sure they're going to be there for a little bit, or maybe not. Because
Yeah, I
knows?
mean, all we know that is that she got terminated. We don't know if anyone's pressing
Oh, is that not
charges
against
or
the law?
I mean, I don't
Well, I
know.
mean,
To just poop on
I'm
somebody?
pretty sure it is against. I'm pretty sure it is against the law, man. That's
Yeah.
toxic, man. People can get sick.
Right. No,
I
that's.
mean, urinating is one thing, but with the feces and stuff like that, it carries a lot of disease, man. And I'm pretty sure the homeowner probably had something to do with maybe like getting arrested, or I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
it's
Steve. All right,
legal.
thank you,
Gotta be
Steve. We got
legal.
it, Steve. Thank you. Yeah, well, we'll let you know if they arrest the person or whatever happens. But as of right now, the Amazon driver caught on video, and we'll put the links up online so you can check it out for yourself at 1059thebrew.com. I do want to tell you about another website, advocateslaw.com. If you're ever in an accident, you're going to need this website because these insurance companies, they're not kind. Of course, they say that you're in good hands. They'll say they're going to take care of you. But as soon as you need that money, boy, do they become difficult. That's why you should reach out to the advocates because they're not going to let that happen. They will fight tirelessly for you like your family. Ken and Donnie, I know them personally. They're great people, and they know exactly what to say and exactly what to do to these insurance companies to make sure that they get you your money, the money that you are owed. owed. That's all you're asking for. It's just money that you're owed so you can pay your bills. They've actually gotten over $100 million for their clients, and they want to take care of you. They don't even get paid until you win, all right? So there's no risk to you. Even if you're not sure if you have a case, tell them your story. They'll be able to point you in the right direction. Advocateslaw.com is a website. Tell them Tanner sent you. That's advocateslaw.com.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
And now, Bruce Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, last night put two teams on the ropes as the defending champions in the NBA, the Boston Celtics, lost their leader, Jason Tatum, who went down with a lower leg injury late in this game after he had already crushed and had over 40 points at this point when a nearly non-contact foul happened. Well, he just went down, really, not even a foul, and couldn't get back up. He was actually wheelchaired off of the court. He's the best player on that court last night. Afterwards, his coach had this to say.
He's the type of guy that when he gets right up, so he didn't, and we'll know tomorrow exactly what it is. But it's tough to watch a guy like him get carried off like that.
Now, he's the coach, and he claimed he didn't even know what the injury was, that it was just a lower leg injury. I'm calling BS on that. I think we're going to have a season-ending injury reported today. They just were trying to cushion the blow. Also, the international slate is out for football, and it's historic. The Minnesota Vikings have drawn what some are saying is good luck. I would say, as a fan, this is not the greatest luck. The Vikings will play back-to-back games, one in Ireland and then another in England, and this is back-to-back days. First time any team has played in two countries in back-to-back weeks. The Vikings will do it, and what that does is robs you of home games. And because there's everyone's wearing random jerseys. Now, granted, I love England. I love Ireland. I'm going there this summer, but that is not great for the team. And finally, Michael Jordan is joining NBC as a special contributor. So you'll actually get to hear from Air Jordan himself when it comes to the new coverage that's coming to NBC. There's your sports.
Thank you much. All right, you've got until 7 a.m. to get this hour's keyword in to win $1,000, just like this person.
Wow, I enter it all the time. I never thought I would win. I'm just in shock. This is great.
Yeah, some people they just throw it out there like, oh, I'll never win, and then boom, $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll take you less than 30 seconds. You can do this from your cell phone or your desktop. Go to 1059thebrew.com right now and enter the keyword cash. All right? You got just a few minutes left. Cash, 1059thebrew.com is a website. Good luck. Coming up, we do have tickets to go see Breaking Benjamin in 3 Days Grace. 1059 The Brew presents that show. Super excited about that. 7:30 this morning, we'll have those for you. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Now, what's trending?
All right, we got good stuff online at 1059thebrew.com. Today, we will record a brand new Donkey Show podcast, which is the show after the show. Unedited and uncensored. It's just us, pretty much like when your parents leave. You know, when you're a kid, that's what happens to the Donkey Show.
Exactly.
FCC doesn't control us, and so we feel like the parents aren't here.
It gets a little inappropriate sometimes.
Do our thing. 1059thebrew.com. It's loaded daily. Also, Chad Smith of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, one of my favorite drummers, performed a cover of Wu-Tang Clan "Ain't Nothing to Mess With."
Okay.
I mean, the original lyric.
Yeah.
But this is not good sound quality, but I'll just give you a little taste of this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you need to see.
Okay.
We'll put that online, but I do like his drumming.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
He's the one that looks like Will Ferrell, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Also, we'll put the video and the link up here in just a second of the Amazon pooper we were just talking about. And
the infamous Amazon pooper.
Yeah, this woman, I guess, on Mother's Day, went to a couple of homes and just pooped and peed right there on the doorstep.
Am I a disgusting person for being kind of upset that they blurred the poop on the news?
You wanted to know what
I'm
she
like,
had for
I
lunch?
Yeah.
It's
Like when that
I wanna
woman
see it.
when that woman pooped on the car a couple of weeks
Yeah.
ago, they did the same thing. They blurred it then.
Treat it like a crime scene.
Have you seen the videos on the internet, like when someone gets hit and they kind of blur it, but like I can see the person getting hit.
Yeah,
Right.
it's still happening.
Just stop.
Can I just get it back in HD?
Just give it to me clearly. Stop that. But anyway, all that stuff's online, 1059thebrew.com. Coming up next, another keyword that could be your shot at $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. $1,000, make things a bit easier for you this week. You do get paid in a couple days, but put another $1,000 on top of it right after Green Day. We're commercial free on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Yeah. Happy Tuesday. We got tickets to Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace. 1059 The Brew presents that show October 1st at the at the Tanner, Drew, and Laura Amphitheater.
That's right.
That's right.
And we'll send you there 7:30 this morning. Laura yesterday spent the afternoon just relaxing at the house.
I did.
Doing just some chores at the house.
Yeah.
Now, what did you do at the house that you found so relaxing?
I reorganized my kitchen cabinets.
Mm-hmm.
It got to a point where I was opening my cabinets and stuff was just like falling out, and I was having a hard time finding the things I needed to use because everything was just kind of cluttered. So I was like, I think it's time for me to get up there and do some organizing.
There's people with OCD who are hearing this going, yes, tell me more.
Yeah.
Tell me more about how you organized.
Yeah, I Marie Kondo'd my cabinets, but I grabbed my little step stool and I went up there and I pulled out a bunch of stuff that, like, I consolidated all my peanuts. Like, I had several bags of peanuts that I used for my crows, and they were all like open. And so I was like, I could just put all these in one bag. And then, so I mean, I cleared out a lot of space, and then once you start, you're on a roll. So then I was like, well, I'm gonna clean out my little bar cabinet where I keep all my bar utensils and whatever, and all my glassware and all that stuff. So I went through every single cupboard I had, and I reorganized everything. And after I was done, I just felt good, you know? And it was just like, I put on some music, and I just got into the groove.
Took some mushrooms and I just went to space.
Honestly, I should have eaten like a weed gummy or something. Yeah. But it felt very good, and I felt
it's
very
relaxing to get organized.
Afterwards.
I feel so relaxed once I'm organized. Laura, to your point, I get exactly what you're talking about. 2 weeks ago, I gutted my pantry. I just took everything out of the pantry, and there was just food over here, there's tools down here, there's food by the tools, there's tools by the food. Everything's just scattered.
It's a real mess.
And so I gutted the whole thing, and it took me like an hour and a half to reorganize it, and it felt great.
It feels so nice.
Because the pantry can have, it's got all the mistakes you made in there. You know, like when you purchase something, and I'll try these, and then they got left for a year.
There's stuff in there. I had like 9 boxes of Hamburger Helper that was expired.
Yeah. When at the time you're like, ooh, buy 5? 5 for 5?
Look, I'm going to be eating so good, and then you never touch it
Never
again.
made them, but
I found some
so
ramen in the back of my cabinets like that. I was like, I don't even remember buying those. Like, what are those from?
It feels good. So I guess we want to know this morning, what chore relaxes you?
Yeah, what do you do? I mean, even if it's not a chore, maybe it's just something unusual that you do that just like...
Pressure washing, it relaxes
there
me.
You go.
It satisfies my OCD.
It's the first thing that comes to mind when you ask that.
Pressure washing. Mm-hmm. I just wish it got dirtier more.
But
because it's so fun to do.
I was just going to say, pressure washing is fun when you get to do it in... light doses, right? Like you do your house and then you're done. If you're like on a 3-week mish, I think you would be over it.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, it's just more than once a year. I'm happy with more than once.
Like, a couple times.
I think I'm gonna, like, when I got it and I cleaned my driveway, I was like, what else can I pressure wash? Like, I'm gonna go clean turn this puppy down and wipe the fence off, get the mud off the fence. I'm like, what else can I do?
You can clean a barbecue with one, which is kind of sweet.
That's good.
The possibilities are endless with these pressure washers.
What is a chore that relaxes you? 866-445-1059 is the number. Do you like just organizing your cupboards? Is that something?
And now I'm on a mission. Now I'm like, okay, what else can I gotta reorganize under my sink in my bathroom. I can't wait to get started on more projects.
And it feels good when you open it up and it looks like a commercial. On a TV commercial, everything's always perfect
and
where it needs to be.
I think I'm gonna buy some like pull-out like shelves from Amazon, and I'm gonna stack all my stuff and organize all my stuff. Oh, I've got big plans.
Those are really ugly shelves, but that's fine.
No, they're inside of my cabinet, so you can't see them.
Hideous. 866-445-1059 is the number. Drew, is there something that you like to do besides pressure washing that is just relaxing at home? A chore?
Yeah, I think it's I don't think there's an exact title for it, so I'm going to call it yarding.
Just yarding.
Yarding. But that's not like playing with the flowers and all that.
Not
stuff.
gardening.
No, gardening is what my wife does, and she's very good at it. But yarding is more along the lines of, and it sounds strange because when you get tasked with it, it feels like a chore. But like a load of bark dust. Or a load of rocks to fix like your path, through the backyard. And now, granted, you have to unload this thing, but it's the art of like going there and watching the guy dump 2,000 pounds of rocks in your bed, and then bringing it home, and then having
like working on your place and improving your home. All that's satisfying.
Yeah, it's just like your guys' organizing, but it's making it look pristine.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And watching everything come together is
And then you
nice.
stand over it with your hands on your hip going, I did that.
And my back hurts.
I'm dying inside, but I did it.
But it's absolutely just like a nice clean pantry, but it just happens to be some sweet river rock going out to the gazebo.
What's a chore that you find super relaxing at the house? 866-445-1059. You can also send us a talk back through our iHeart Radio app. If you don't have it, download it for your cell phone. Once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button.
Good morning, Brew Crew. So, I don't know if there's any particular cleaning thing that I've done that is relaxing. I can see how a pressure washer would be relaxing. But there's a game, I don't know if it's on the Xbox, but I know it's on the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, called Pressure Washer. And it is so relaxing. I'm not even kidding.
Oh.
The game
I've seen
is
these games.
Relaxing.
I've seen guys on the internet do like they're literally mowing a yard or pressure washing.
Isn't there a lawn mowing one?
I'm pretty sure.
Just get a side gig and go do
the
make
some money.
We got text messages coming in. This one's from 3049. It says mowing the lawn relaxes me. I think it's something about the sound of the mower. It just helps me tune out the world for about 30 minutes. Is that kind of weird? No, not at all, dude. That's another one of those super satisfying things. As long as I'm not sweating balls in the heat, I love it.
I used to have one of those lawns where you go all the way down, you come all the way back, and it was just a big rectangle and super ugly, but it was a ritual to do that thing. I miss my patch.
Yeah, mowing lawns are great. I actually am looking forward to someday getting property. Like my goal is to live out in the woods somewhere.
You ready for a ride on?
I want one so bad. Oh my God.
You can get the house that has a little mini garage door. I've seen these. It's amazing, and it opens up and just.
Oh, I want it. I want it so bad. That's
Wait,
a
have
goal.
you never had a riding lawnmower?
When I was a kid, we had one.
Okay, I was going to say that was my chore when I was a kid, and I used to listen to my Discman and play all my favorite tunes and just go out there and mow the lawn. It was awesome.
This is great. I love it. This one's from 9414. It says cutting and splitting wood and firewood is super relaxing for them.
And if you're good at it, like the way you just go that motion, it's so clean.
There's this dude on TikTok, just big, handsome, burly lumberjack guy who just chops wood.
Looks like the Downey man out there just crushing.
I could watch him all day.
Yeah, me too. And I'm a straight man, but I'll tell you what.
That guy with an axe.
Handsome. This says from 3156, Laura, you got to hit up the Container Store on Bridgeport and get the exact measurements and items that you need so they can just fit stuff for you.
Oh, that's a great idea. Oh, don't tempt me with a good time. That sounds good.
Fat Thor says, my wife says having sex with me is a chore, but I enjoy it. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, I see it being a chore, though.
Yeah.
We have more talkbacks through our app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. It's got to be dishes. For some odd reason, I cannot stand to see when there's 1 to 3 dishes in the sink.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does give me stress when I see them piled up, too.
It gives me stress when I see them, but I hate doing the dishes. I don't think it's relaxing at all.
Yeah, like I don't mind when I'm closing it, you hear that klajunk. That feels good, but everything leading up to me getting your old food off that plate.
Yeah.
What is a relaxing chore? What's something that you do at the house that you just you like to do? 866-445-1059 is the phone number. You can also send us a text message on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. More of your calls coming up right after Radiohead. Happy Tuesday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking...
All right, Laura reorganized her cupboards at her house the other day and found it super relaxing.
It's
Euphoric,
nice.
she thought.
Yeah.
And I think I agree because I did the same thing to my pantry like 2 weeks ago, and it takes my anxiety away when there's like no clutter and stuff.
Right.
When we were playing that song, I got to thinking about the actual chore that I love to do. Like if
Your jam.
this is my chore, right? Like if I get married or whatever, this is my chore, and that's vacuuming. I have to have those lines in the carpet.
Yeah.
It's like an obsession of mine, to the point where like.
It's got to be right.
I probably should take some medication or see somebody about it. But like, dude, it's
Do you do that like the W formation?
I go one line at a time, and then it's
Forward and
almost
back,
like I'm
like a
almost like I'm
lawn.
mowing a lawn.
Very meticulous.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do it. I'll go over the same spots a couple of times. But I love it because once I'm done, I get that.
Looks so good. Yeah.
Even if the rest of your house is kind of messy, once you have clean floors, it
Yeah.
takes so much stress away.
Now, are you reluctant to ruin your lines, like walking around in there?
I
And
get
you're like,
I get upset when like
I'm
Cooper
gonna stay out of there for a bit.
If I'm vacuuming and my dog walks in front of it, I go, bro.
You do like the floor is lava when you get off the couch.
Yeah,
I'll put them in another part of the house just for a few minutes, just so I can
so
enjoy it.
Just get it for a bit.
But yeah, we want to know what is relaxing to you. Is it vacuuming like me? Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
What chore do you like to do at the house?
Vacuuming. I love it. It's perfect carpet lines. It's relaxing. My kids know not to do it.
Wow. Like, don't touch the vacuum, kids.
Right.
It's my
This
job.
is mine. I'd be like, okay, you got it.
Are you an everyday vacuumer, or is it every other day?
As often as it makes me feel better.
Yeah, it is one of those things. Yeah, thanks for calling. I think she's calling from the International Space Station.
Wind tunnel, yeah.
So loud. But it's something that I love to do, and I will always do it. I want to get a new vacuum, I think, because how much I love it. Like I spent $350 on a vacuum.
Wowza.
You know, because those
You're a
Dysons are expensive.
Serious vacuumer.
I'm not getting a Dyson again, though.
You're moving on.
I've gotten 2 Dysons, and they just kind of.
It's not worth the
They kind
money
of go
you
out.
spend.
I don't know. I'm just gonna get a Shark or something.
And you'll be back to those joyous lines.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yes, my carpet
I
lines.
started touching my nipples when I
Oh,
did.
God.
Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's a chore that you like to do at the house?
Well, so like you were saying, I got that place up in the hills. I got about over an acre of grass to mow, and it's the mower. I got the big Husqvarna D300.
Yeah.
Sit back with a beer in the cup holder.
Yes.
And I got bored of doing the back and forth lines, so I do circles. I'll go do a bullseye circle in the middle and just do a big circle. Just keep
That's
winding
awesome.
out. I'll do the big wavy waves, and then
Yeah.
the friends come over and they're just like, oh, that's awesome, but oh my God, I do the same thing with the vacuum cleaner in the family room.
Really?
Oh yeah. So
Yeah.
he's feeling you.
I'll have to try that pattern, my friend. I'll have to try that
yeah.
out.
The wavy lines.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
That's probably the thing
Yeah.
I miss most about having a house is mowing the lawn. I love mowing the lawn.
It's the same satisfaction I get when I vacuum.
Yeah.
The only time I don't like to mow the lawn on a push mow is when it's wet grass.
Yeah.
Things it stops.
You're just digging in there.
Oh,
Son of a...
Hate it. We got some talkbacks coming in through our iHeartRadio app. What chore do you find relaxing?
Good morning, Brew Crew. Mr. Illegal here. Well, yeah, anything cleaning works for me. Mowing the lawn, doing dishes. I don't rearrange the pantry too often, but vacuuming, anything like that is very soothing and very satisfying at the end, for sure. All right, keep on rocking. Have a great day.
His voice was soothing.
Yeah. And I feel like there are
Talk me to
birds
bed.
chirping in the background.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah.
hear that?
Can you just send me another talkback?
It's very nice.
Just like reading to me, and that'll be soothing to me while I do chores. Tell me about your chores while I do chores, and that's going to
There
be
you go.
relaxing.
Yeah.
With the birds and the voice, he's like a sleep app.
7726, somebody told me to get a Kirby vacuum. You won't be disappointed.
Oh my God. I got the only reference I have to Kirby is they used to do like door-to-door sales, and my mom had to call the cops on a Kirby salesman once.
Why?
In like the
did,
early
did they throw
90s.
dirt on the carpet?
They just wouldn't leave.
Oh.
She's like, all right, cool, you did your sales pitch. I'm not going to buy your vacuum. And they wouldn't leave the house.
Well, they're a good salesperson. They're not leaving.
And so your mom
without a
called the
close.
cops?
I don't think she actually did, but I think she threatened to.
Oh my God.
They're like, all right, I'll go.
Yeah, but they must be really good vacuums.
Someone said get a Cebu vacuum.
Sebo.
They're the best. Everyone's got a suggestion. You're going
You
to
know-
confuse
I
me.
mean,
Just
that's
give
nice,
give
You know
me
what's
one.
funny about back to that Kirby for a second, that when she threw them out, when you go to their website, first thing it says is schedule in-home demo.
Oh my God, they're still doing it.
Yeah. They didn't learn their lesson.
8607 says the chore they like to do at the house is folding clothes and sheets. It makes me so happy.
Oh my God. You can fold my sheets any day of the week, especially the fitted ones. I still haven't figured that out.
2396 says I love cleaning things outside with the shop vac.
Oh.
Ooh, that's nice. The shop vac, the only problem is you do have to clean out that middle part, but that thum does feel pretty good. Like where you've got it in the back seat of the car and you're just grabbing Fruit Loops.
Totally.
More talkbacks coming in through our app.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be hedge trimming / weed eating / hacking things apart with my chainsaw. It's something about destroying plant life that just soothes the soul. Know what I mean?
If it's it's just as interesting as it is to watch, because I'll watch those videos of guys doing that and they'll put it in like fast motion.
Yeah.
I really enjoy watching them. Like they'll turn to, like the bush is all out overgrown and they'll
Yeah.
square it up.
I love that. It's like watching a haircut on a tree.
Yeah, it's really great. More talkbacks with the app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Me again. Tanner, have you tried shampooing your carpets? Now that's a fun chore.
I do that probably like once a year.
I don't know about relaxing though. When they're all wet, I'm nervous.
Yeah, it's
and it stinks.
And
It does
it's
stink,
tough
yeah.
to keep a dog off of newly shampooed carpets.
And I don't like
you know?
walking around just on damp carpet.
Right.
It's
Yeah, you have to
creepy.
let them dry for a while.
It's weird.
that
yeah.
feels like a chore.
More talkbacks through the app.
Hey, so I think my favorite thing is the kitchen. I hate to say it, but getting clean countertops, clean sink. The sink is like my thing. Clean dishes, everything clean right there. And vacuuming is second most important. But those two, I got those two. The rest of it, whatever's. But the kitchen and vacuuming, so it's like I consider those chores do the same. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm
Know what
saying?
you're saying.
Got you.
You know what I'm saying? Everyone's suggesting vacuum. Someone says, Tanner, best vacuum ever, get a rainbow.
A rainbow.
I've never even heard of some
I've
of
never
these.
even heard of that.
Rainbow vacuums.
Never heard of it.
I
but
just need a good, strong vacuum that's good for animal hair.
Isn't Bissell the animal hair
Oh, see,
vacuum
you're
company?
throwing out
I'm
another
sorry. I'm sorry.
You've buried any chance of retention here.
Sibo, Kirby, Bissell. I just need one. People are throwing 1,000
you gotta
names
do
in.
your research, Tanner. You want the best vacuum.
Yeah, I just want to be told what it is.
Yeah, there should
You
just be
are.
the one.
Yeah, what's the one?
And then I get it, and it's great. Oh my God, some of these are expensive.
Yeah,
when
don't
I
even-
said
let's not go down
rainbow-
that road.
When I say rainbow, how much do you think of rainbow?
I bet
is?
you're going to say $600, $700.
This one's on eBay, so it's used.
Okay.
$2,250.
Get the hell out of here. It's a vacuum.
They've got one for another pre-owned one with attachments for $2,700.
I bet
Wait,
it's the
so
best
what?
vacuum ever.
What does this vacuum do? Are
Oh.
there special attachments? Do you know what I'm saying?
They've got them all. Yeah, Laura, everything you could dream of over there. And I know where you're getting. But when you're almost at $3,000, this thing better do everything you ever hoped.
Dallas, good morning. What's a chore you enjoy doing?
I enjoy pressure washing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, man. That's fun.
And I love when you're washing it like down a little bit of a hill, so it's all going away from you.
What kind of pressure washer do you have, Dallas?
I don't know. It's an old gas-powered one. It's an old Honda, I think.
All right.
Nice.
I just got the new one from Costco like 2 weeks ago. It's called B or something. It just says B on it. B-E?
B.
I think.
Hey, whatever, as long as it works. You know, my dad's had one for like 30 years, and he doesn't even want to borrow my new one. It's like a good pressure washer, you just hold on to that bad boy.
Yeah, they don't make things like they used to, man. Thanks, Dallas. We appreciate it. Let's go to Spencer. Spencer, hardworking guy. What's a chore you like to do at the house that you find relaxing?
Well, actually, what I wanted to tell you is I'm going to tell you the vacuum to get, Tanner.
Okay, thank you.
I've got your back on that.
Appreciate that.
It's Bissell. It is. Laura's right on that. I have the combo vacuum shampooer, and it gets all the animal hair out of the rugs, and then you can like mop while vacuum your like your hardwood.
Yeah, I have hardwood and I have carpet.
Maybe
so
I
that'd be
should
great.
get one of those.
A vacuum mop.
It does. It is amazing. Like my lady got it and was like, "Yeah, this is going to be your job." And the first time I did it, I was like, "This takes like half an hour, and it cleaned everything. This is amazing."
Okay, how much did you drop on that Bissell?
I think they're like $250 to $300, and then you have to buy the fluid that goes in there because you get like pet specific.
Oh, so
100% worth every penny. Though.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll look into it, dude. I'll look into it because I'm in the market for a new vacuum to satisfy my.
You'll be going full Mrs. Doubtfire, like dropping and picking it up. It's amazing.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Dropping and picking it up.
It's good.
All right, I'm excited. That actually
Sounds
is
like
exciting.
fun.
A Bissell vacuum. All right, I'll look into the Bissells.
I mean, it's no rainbow.
Everyone, now I'm seeing more people in the text line. Dude, yeah, rainbow vacuums, $2,000, but they're worth it. Damn, that's a lot of money for a vacuum.
$2,000.
It looks like there's some cheaper ones, but I know you're not going to want somebody's busted up old one.
I don't want somebody's used vacuum. That's gross. My vacuum stinks so bad when I turn it on now.
Right.
You know, can you imagine somebody else's
But even what if it
stinky
was like
vacuum?
refurbished? So
No.
it's basically new.
It's still the thought
I
of
mean,
it.
you got to think about it. He just got done explaining that his isn't new anymore, so it's all messed up. You just go right back into Problemsville.
Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What's a chore at the house you like to do that you find relaxing?
Painting.
Painting.
Painting. A nice brain dead paint job. Throw on some music, paint a house. It's awesome.
I like that.
Yeah.
I always thought it would be fun to do. You get those guns. You just throw on some headphones.
That would be cool. Like
Maybe
the
crack a
exterior
beer.
Paint.
I think that would be a really fun job.
All about it. Absolutely.
Yeah, and when you see a house get painted, it is pretty. Like even in fast motion on the internet, when they're going like a real quick garage door.
Yeah.
Man, that it looks like you're doing work in no time.
I don't know about you guys, though. I always feel like when I'm painting a room or something, I'm like, oh, it's easy. It's just painting. And then I start doing it, and I'm like, I hate this so much.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's just like tedious. But I understand how it could be relaxing for some.
Hey, sir, is the hardest paint to paint red? Because I find red being the hardest.
Oh, anytime you paint over anything dark, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
true.
I had to do a bunch of coats with the red, like 6 coats or something like that. It was
Wow,
great.
did you use a primer?
I think so. I don't know. Probably not.
I use paint, Laura.
Thanks for the call, bro. We appreciate it. Coming up here in just a few minutes, more of your calls and text. Also, we have got tickets to go see Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace. 105.9 The Brew presents that show October 1st. Tanner, Drew, and Laura Amphitheater. We'll have your tickets coming up here in minutes. Happy Tuesday. It's 105.9 The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Getting a lot of people chiming in on chores they like to do at the house, chores that they find relaxing. Like mine is vacuuming. Laura cleaned out her cupboards the other day. Mm-hmm. Drew likes to pressure wash.
And yard.
What is something that you like to do? I mean, so many texts are coming in. And a lot of people are also suggesting vacuums.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of Team Bissell's this morning, I got to tell you.
Ooh, okay.
So we got some talkbacks coming in. Let me read. Which one do you want to hear? You want to hear talkbacks or text message first?
Talkbacks.
All right, we'll do that.
Yeah, Tanner, the Rainbow Vacs your best option. Yeah, they're a little expensive, but it also comes
Okay, he
with
says rainbow.
A little expensive,
But
$2,500 for a vacuum is more than a little expensive.
I feel like that's like an industrial vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a serious unit. Maybe it's the person who's had it, you know. They're done ripping hair out of the bottom of a vacuum.
I'm close to there. Maybe that
this
is for
is
me.
it.
I'll check it out. Here's another talkback. I can't. What is going on with these people?
I don't know.
Did it end up coming through?
Anything to do with landscape of my property, improving it, cleaning it up, trimming bushes, flowers.
Okay. Flowering on it.
Okay.
And I get his fat thumb over the phone.
Yeah.
That happens.
He's describing yarding.
We got text messages coming in on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. This one says, I love sweeping, mopping, and dusting. That's the chores that they like to do. Favorite chore, they like scooping debris out of the hot tub and bouncing the chemicals.
Okay.
Wow. And I remember some dads like that when we were kids. You'd go over to their house and the dad would be out there with the little gauge, putting samples of water in there and trying to figure it out.
All right. Coming up next, we're going to get you some tickets to go see Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace. 1059 The Brew presents that show on October 1st at the Tanner, Drew, and Laura Amphitheater. We're going to play the 5 and 10 game, so you'll have 10 seconds to name 5 items of whatever category we give you. Need callers 10 and 11 right now, 866-445-1059, and we'll do that after Fuel on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake.
All right, a few more talkbacks. People wanting to share their the chores that they like to do, the chores that they find relaxing, like vacuuming or pressure washing, or Laura likes to rearrange her cupboards.
Yeah.
So here's a talkback.
Okay, so I get the wet carpet thing and all that, but my shampooer, and I don't know what brand it is. I'd have to ask the wife. My shampooer has a dry feature. So it actually dries my carpets as I'm shampooing it.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
It's like Battle of the Vacuum.
Everyone's sharing their opinions on vacuums. I'll figure it out, but so far I think I'm leaning towards Bissell.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I
they've,
like that.
they've got a carpet cleaner / vacuum combo that I'm looking at right now that you could check out.
More talkbacks with the app.
Man, you guys just took me back a whole decade. I used to work for Kirby Vacuums going door to door. Man, those things were $2,000 back then, but I would have to go in home and vacuum people's floors and even their mattresses, and then I would show them the filter and say, look at all the skin cells I picked up, and they'd be like, oh my God, I have to have this thing right now. But I mean, I had a dog break through a door at me the one time after knocking on their door. It was pretty sketchy. I didn't like doing it.
You didn't like that job.
It's
But then also, you're just going and doing people's chores, because what if they're like, oh, this guy's going to vacuum my place?
Yeah, I'm almost convinced. Come back into the living room.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I think over here, I want to see how it works in this corner.
And when it's all done, you're like, you know what? I've just decided it's a little over my price range.
I really just don't have anything left to do.
Yeah.
I need one of those.
All right. Well, there it is. I will let you know what vacuum I get, as soon as I get it.
Yeah, keep us posted.
Let's play this game. The 5 and 10 game. It's a very simple game. We're going to give you 10 seconds to name 5 items in whatever category we give you. On the line this morning, tickets to go see Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace. 105.9 The Brew presents that show. Coming up on October 1st. Let's meet our contestants calling from St. Helens this morning. Her name is Isabel. What's up, Isabel?
Hey there, good morning. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Can I call you Izzy?
That's totally fine. That's normally what I go by.
All right, I like Izzy.
That's a good name.
Did you ever eat at Izzy's Pizza?
Oh.
Oh, I actually haven't. I've been meaning to try it, though.
No, I don't think it's open anymore.
It's gone.
There's not one around.
Izzy's Pizza and a whole lot more.
And a whole lot more.
Yeah, those are just an old chain. I don't think they exist anymore.
They dominated back in the day, though.
Izzy, you know how to play this game?
I have not played it before, but I think I can pick it up pretty easy.
You have not played this game. All right, explain the game to her, Laura.
Okay, you just have to name 5. We're going to give you a category. You have to name 5 things in that category in 10 seconds.
And today's category was?
Oh, today's category is birds, types of birds.
All right, you've got 10 seconds to name 5 types of birds. Your time begins now.
All right, robins, crows, blue jays, finches, and falcons.
Wow, look at that.
Look at that.
Whoa.
Bird expert.
Congratulations, you just got yourself tickets to go see Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace. 105.9 The Brew presents.
Also, thanks for
thank you guys.
Thanks for winning that game, because Tanner is always saying that women don't perform well in these games, and you just proved him wrong.
You make it sound so sexist when you say it like that. I said, ladies have a history of kind of struggling through these things.
I'm not making it sound sexist. That's what you say.
But I say it in a lot sweeter way than you just did.
A lighter tone.
And it's also a fact. But today she did a great job, and I'm very proud of her.
She did crush.
Big ups to Izzy. There it is.
Izzy does it.
Thank you, guys.
And if there is an Izzy's Pizza anywhere, I don't think so.
They used to have a sweet salad bar.
Was that the so much more?
Well, it was the pizza.
They had everything, like wings and stuff.
Yeah,
it was
had
like
a big
buffet.
menu.
It was like a buffet restaurant, but it wasn't good. Like the pizza was not good.
Is it like
How
a
dare you.
CC's?
It was like a CC's, yeah.
It's part of nostalgia, so we were supposed to pretend it was delicious.
Exactly. Like if it were here today, I'd go.
There was one down the street from my house when we lived in Eugene, and I watched it go out of business.
Izzy's Pizza is a defunct pizza chain formerly based in Oregon.
You know, at one point they were all over TV, the whole deal.
Founded in 1979 by Fred Jansen and his mother Isabel Kovalt.
Named after Isabel.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's right.
You really missed out, Izzy. Or maybe you didn't.
No,
Sounds like you didn't.
No, she did not.
The salad bar was sexy.
She's good. Hang on the phone. We'll get you those tickets, and we'll see you at the show. We'll have another pair tomorrow.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right. This morning, we've been talking about chores that you found relaxing, which is going to bleed right into this segment.
Yeah.
Because Drew was cleaning something the other day, which he found to be like the grossest thing ever.
So this was not a relaxing experience for you, Drew.
No, this is the grossest thing you've ever had to clean up.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what we want to know this morning. The grossest thing you've ever had to clean up.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a relaxing chore at all. This stressed you out. This caused arguments at the house, maybe.
No, I was alone.
Okay, not you, but like other people.
Oh,
yeah. Maybe
Maybe
the tension, was just there. You could cut it, with a knife.
Yes, especially when it's who's gonna clean it up.
Yeah, right. Like if the kids made the mess and like the parents have to clean it, but who has to clean it?
Whose responsibility is it?
866-445-1059 is the number. What's the grossest thing you had to clean up? Maybe you're somebody who has to clean up crime scenes. Or you're somebody who has to clean up, just like maybe you work at an old folks home, and
or maybe you're a janitor at a high school or something.
You drive by those portalet trucks. Someone's driving that.
Yeah,
right. 866-445-1059. Drew, what was the gross thing you had to clean up the other day?
So on Saturday, my two older girls and Amy went to a birthday party at a trampoline place, so they were gone. It was just Millie and I for a 2.5 hour splash, which most of it was going to be a nap. It was supposed to be kind of the more low-key part of the day. And so I was just, watching some NBA playoffs on the couch, had her baby monitor right there. She's out. Everything's good. Well, at the end of her nap, she wakes up while I'm on the phone with Amy, and, she's like, yeah, well, I dropped the girls off the thing. I'm going to do this and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, hey, the baby's crying. Let me call you back. She's up from her nap. And I walk upstairs, guys. And when I walk in, now I don't baby talk my kids, but when you're one, some of it is kind of babyish. So what you'll say is, did you go poo-poo? And she'll say, poo-poo, if she went to the bathroom. And it's a way to let you know what you're in for. Well, I opened the door, and I started to smell something, and she's standing there, and she's at the back of the room. And as I walk through, the smell just hits me in the face like a truck. And I'm all, did you go poo-poo? And she doesn't say a word. She's just staring at me like a deer in the headlights. And when I came up on the crime scene, what had happened?
No, God, please, no!
And
No!
This is a little gross, but it's real.
No!
She had pooped her pants before she fell asleep. She's in a sleep sack. You don't know when she's up there. There's music on. And she'd fallen asleep. So part of it had dried. And then she woke up from her nap. And I had made the mistake of not putting pants over her diaper, which keeps her from pulling at the Velcro.
Yeah.
She pulled the diaper off. And I cannot explain enough to you guys. There was poop on her back, on her shoulders, on her feet. Her entire crack was spackled. Her front side, all her lady bits, completely underwater in feces. It looks like she had panicked in the minute or two that this all went down and grabbed every stuffed animal and tried to clean it. Her sleep sack, the zipper, everything. And so I'm like, oh my God. And I pick her up and I'm like, oh my God.
What have you done?
It's everywhere, dude. And you know how much I hate this stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone hates it, but I hate it in a special kind of way.
Didn't you
I don't
film
go
a
to
video?
public bathrooms. I hate poop.
And didn't you film a video of you dry heaving when you were changing Lucy's diaper?
Yeah, it's got like 70,000 views.
Yeah.
It's the most successful thing I ever did. But I will also say this, that there was nothing I could do. I took her to the shower and I sat her down, she stood up in there and the stuff was all over her feet. She was it was tracking everywhere. So I'm just taking wet wipes and I've got a pile of wet wipes and I'm throwing away. I've got a giant garbage thing.
Yeah.
And it's not working. It's everywhere. It's
you gotta fire up that pressure washer.
It's inside the places that cannot have this stuff there.
Yeah.
And so I take her to my shower and set her down and I turn the shower on. She's freaking out because I'm freaking out. She's screaming at me. I'm now disrobing as fast as I can to get into my own shower, but she's trying to grab for me with this stuff all over her, on her shoulders and her back and everything but her mouth and her face. And so finally I get into this shower and close it and realize that there is nothing that I can do but to manually, with my bare hands, now there's a shower on, clean the entire scene with just my mitts and water.
Yeah.
It was...
Oh boy!
Devastating to me. Like there are areas that we don't have as boys that are not normally to be cleaned by me.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
And of that filth, she was so.
How long did it take you to clean everything up?
We were in the shower for a good 15 minutes because then I had to re-clean us. You know, like I was scrubbing like an OCD freak show. Like I was completely destroyed.
So did you have to
here's the worst.
Okay.
You get out of the shower and the entire crime scene is still out there.
I was thinking about that. You're cleaned up,
wondering.
but you got a whole thing to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I call Amy in a heap, and I'm explaining it to her, and she's like, okay, I'm going to be home in 20 minutes. So she helped me with that final part.
She turns into Hannibal from A-Team. All right, here's what we're going to need.
Yeah, she was like the cleanup guy in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, the wolf.
Yeah, she wolfed it, and she did help take care of all that, but... I mean, just talking about it, I'm having an anxiety attack.
I remember you talking about this before it happened, too. And you're like, yeah, it should be easy. I'm just going to put her down for a nap, and it shouldn't be any problem at all. It's only a couple of hours. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, everything. And I said, when I called Amy, I go, in the 25 to 30 minutes since I talked to you last, everything has changed. We've been through a lot, and she just takes a breath. What did you do?
Oh boy! All right. Well, geez.
I mean, that was a doozy.
That's rough.
Yeah. Have you ever had to clean up, or I guess, what's the worst thing you've had to clean up? I'm sure parents have had to clean that up before, but what's the absolute worst thing? 866-445-1059 is the number.
So how many stuffed animals did you have to sacrifice at the end of the day?
A couple of them got tossed away, but Amy works some miracles. She can clean shoes and poop off of toys.
And
apparently.
I bet you used a whole thing of wet wipes.
Oh, that thing is devastating.
Yeah.
That bag alone. If somebody opened it up, they'd think that somebody had a mental breakdown.
Let's go to line 1. Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What's the grossest thing you've ever had to clean up?
Hello. I lived in Los Angeles as a cleaner for a good 5 years, and there was this one lady's house that I cleaned up that she was severely depressed, I learned later, and her whole place was absolutely trashed, and it was already pretty bad. I'd already spent 5 or 6 hours there, but she's like, oh, make sure you get to the fridge. And guys, I can't even describe the atrocities that were within the fridge. I swear this lady never touched her fridge. It seems like she moved out 6 months ago and left the fridge open or something.
Oh,
it was,
man. And so we're talking about old food, moldy, just things are growing on this food.
Literally things from outside of this world, bro. It was absolutely atrocious. I'll spare you the details.
And when you think about it, do you still kind of smell it?
Oh my God, you never forget smells like that.
Yeah. It was so far gone that the smell was barely there, but then as soon as you move one little bit of the crust formed.
Yeah, you didn't crack it open. Ooh, the stink pocket.
It was horrible. I'm talking trees of fungi, guys.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, whoa.
Yo. So
trees of fungi. It's a good Christmas song, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a hit every year. So
Right?
I'm assuming she'd moved out. And because
Yeah,
I would be so
she had moved
embarrassed
out.
to hire somebody to clean that up for me.
Mm-hmm.
She was horrified. But she didn't give me a lot of details when I showed up, and there was a clear moment where I thought about just leaving. I was like, this is a health hazard. But she straight up paid for respirators, and she apologized profusely when I was like, lady, this is pretty bad. But no, she ended up paying me really well, and she left me a glowing 5-star review on my TaskRabbit account. So no complaints.
And there you go. It worked out. Well, thanks, dude. Glad you didn't die from the creatures in the fridge. That's I feel like I didn't see it obviously, but I'm imagining that, and just because you'll okay, that resembles a food, but it's clearly been there's growth on it.
Meanwhile, dude's my skin's never been the same, but I got a 5-star review.
The mushroom spores. He was probably tripping in there.
Oh boy. All right, let's take one more call before we go to break. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Tell us, what's the grossest thing you've ever had to clean up?
Good morning, guys.
Hey, man, turn your radio off.
A couple months ago, I was what's that?
Turn your radio off.
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
Oh.
a couple of months ago, my daughter wasn't feeling well. She's 6, and I let her sleep with me, and I woke up to her puking all over me in my bed.
Okay.
That was rough.
You puked in the bed?
Your daughter?
She did. My daughter all over me.
Oh man,
adoption, son. You give the kid up for adoption.
It's like, I'm sorry, but you've got to go.
Because barf is
Yeah.
it's right there with poop.
Dude, I was just thinking that while you were telling that story, as my pendulum was swinging back and forth, that I don't know what the worst straw in that position is. Cleaning vomit out of carpet or poop is. I feel like
poop has got to be the worst.
Man, I feel like it's a horse race.
Honestly,
It
I
depends
would.
on what you had to eat for the vomit.
That could be, because I would say vomit is worse.
It's the
just
smell,
the smell
yeah,
of it,
like
and
acid,
and
and
the
it
texture
stays.
of it, and it's just like, I hate it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna
Dude,
throw up.
the room.
Hold on, let's keep talking about that. Tanner's getting thick throat over
More
there.
of your calls coming up in a second. What's the grossest thing you've ever had to clean up? Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Here's Drew.
Well, sometimes you just need lady luck on your side, and that just didn't happen for the Portland Trail Blazers yesterday in the draft lottery. I'm sitting there, and as they start at the 14th pick, and they start pulling out teams, and every time they pull out a team that's not your team, you're still in it. So as soon as you see your card, you know you're smoked, and you're not going to get the number one pick. They pulled ours in the 11th position. So at least I didn't have to sit there and stay on pins and needles. But the Blazers had a 3.5% chance to get that number one pick, which is super small, right? Well, the Dallas Mavericks ended up getting the number one pick, and they had a 1.8% chance of getting the number one pick. They jumped 10 spots, the biggest move in the history of the draft lottery, and just months after embarrassing the franchise and sending Luka Doncic to another team, they will be blessed with the first pick and get to fix their own problems. Why do gold bars not fall from the sky in the Pacific Northwest? Because they seem to in Dallas. Tonight, doubleheader in hoops, and it's Pacers-Cavs, Nuggets-Thunder. It all starts at 4 o'clock on TNT tonight, and the next season will be here before we know it, and we'll hoist the trophy. There's just sports.
Also, that's not gold bars falling from the sky. That's butters. Giant sticks of butter.
Yeah, that's what we'd get.
They're giant Texas toast.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they butter everything, but I can't say that I blame them.
All right, this hour's keyword for your chance at $1,000. Here, let me give it to you again. The keyword is bank.
Bank.
Log on 1059thebrew.com. You can win $1,000 like this person.
Oh, that's awesome, man. I haven't ever won anything. I don't even tell anybody I play. I just listen to the radio while I work, and, I put in the code, but I never thought I'd win, I was just getting ready to go and work on my mower, but I think I get to buy a new mower.
Hell yeah, a new mower.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get it.
All right, what would you buy? The keyword is bank. Log on right now, 1059thebrew.com, and enter that keyword in for your shot at the cash. Also, coming up next, we want to know, what is the grossest thing you've had to clean up? Did your kid have a poo-poo disaster, like Drew's kid, and you had to clean that up? Or maybe you're a paramedic or something. You had to clean up something gnarly. Your call is coming up after Billy Idol. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Happy Tuesday. We want to know, what is the grossest thing you've had to clean up? Beefwater, you used to live at a morgue, right?
Yeah, well, I didn't live at one. My grandma did, and I stayed there for extended periods of time.
So I'm assuming maybe you had to clean something up, like a body that fell off?
No, at that point in time, I was shielded from a lot of it, so I didn't see anything that was overly gnarly until I was a little older.
Okay,
so then it was just like, you clean stuff up, but it was just like vacuuming the funeral home,
because
you cleaning out the hearse after it came back.
But
from
you
the
went
service.
with your dad to pick up the body.
That was an entirely different deal. That was an entirely different scenario, entirely
But you
different job.
you've seen some gross things.
Oh,
though.
sure. But you're just taking care of the one thing. You're not having to clean the space up, right? Like you're
don't have
removing
the
one.
goo.
You're removing the.
You're just taking the body
component.
away.
Yeah.
But I remember you telling me the story about the person who fell into the tub and the dog ate them a little bit.
It was cats.
She had cats.
Yeah, cats are
Show
savages.
cats.
And he ate both of her calves?
Yeah, ate her calves off. Man, I saw a biker dude that shot himself on a couch. He was all bloated up real good. And you talk about smell, bro.
Yeah.
You talk about smell. You move that, and it'll clear out a room.
Oh, boy.
Like literally
I
send
could not do
people
that.
moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom's cleaned up melted human goop.
Yeah.
That's one of the stories that came to my head when this topic
Like
got brought
the
up.
fact that it's dripping off of a waterbed, like the human body goes to goop.
What was it?
Why did your mom clean up
So
human goop?
the initial cleanup was done by, because it was he died of quote unquote natural causes. He was just old and bloaty.
Yeah.
It was my mom's uncle's adopted son, so it was family. But so she was all they had, and they were selling the house. So my mom got on her hands and knees and scrubbed it out.
Just he kind of decomposed into the...
It was hot, and he started to melt.
You literally, you liquefy.
But she's a tough lady, and that one stays with you.
Yeah,
she's like, nah.
I think those, there's certain things, like when I drink, like you can, if you got really hammered one night and had a really terrible hangover, that smell again, years later,
you can't get away from it.
It's like you just know it right away. You can imagine it almost.
Body and Jaeger are a lot alike.
I imagine it's the same thing. Yeah. We do have some talkback messages coming into us through our iHeartRadio app. You can download it for your cell phone and send us a message anytime. It comes right here to the studio. What is the grossest thing you've ever had to clean up?
Hey, Tanner, Drew, and Laura. The grossest thing I think I've ever had to clean up is old people's poop. I mean, the smell, everything. It's pretty gross.
Yeah.
The grossest thing I've ever had to clean up was after birth, after a racehorse had a baby. I took the twin to my class, my biology class, when I was a freshman, and I showed it to the teacher and told her what it was and how I got it, and she threw up.
That's
Check this
funny.
out.
Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What's the grossest thing you ever had to clean up?
So, I work for a moving company.
Yeah.
And out of my 8 years working for this company, I have only ever declined to do one job. But you guys want to hear about the worst thing I've had to do. I've had to move several senior citizens and everything from their houses. How many times I've had to find their feces and everything around their house is astonishing. How many times I've found mold building up in their apartments and everything when I had to move them into another apartment. It's just...
And you wonder how they let their places get like that. But sometimes it's mental illness. Sometimes they physically just can't do it.
They can't do it. Man, I'm not looking forward to getting old.
Like I'm going to be checking, my grandparents live in Texas, but boy, I'd be checking their house every day. Like just making sure like there's not poop in a corner, mold build up.
I see myself at 90, like, trotting into a kitchen and just being like, is that my poop?
Oh my God, yeah.
Like that's when you're like, God, I'm no longer capable.
Yeah, just roll down your pant leg.
Yeah. I don't know how it happened, but I kind of remember that.
Thanks, dude. That's really gross, man.
Disgusting.
How long so you did that job for 8 years, you said?
I'm still working for the company right now, yeah.
Wow, what a
Wait,
saint.
so what's the job you turned down?
So it was a hoarder house.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we walked in, so it was me and two of my coworkers. We walked into this house. So before we walked in the house, we knew it was kind of bad because we found this Impala outside that had trash bags covered all the way up and down its side and on top of the vehicle. You didn't realize it was a vehicle until you looked at the back. So we walked into this house, and immediately I immediately wanted to throw up.
Oof.
So it's just like, is it the kind of hoarder house you would see on the TV show? Just garbage piled high and
Yep.
Roaches everywhere.
So we walked in, the living room was cleaned, and we walked into the bedroom, and I shit you not,
No,
there was...
You can't say the
trash
S word.
all the way up.
You can't cuss,
I
dude.
apologize.
All right.
My bad. So there was stuff at least up to my thigh, and I am 6 foot tall, just to give you an idea. The lady pointed out the dresser and like, hey, we want to get this dresser. We're like, okay. So we walked down the hallway to another bedroom with stuff piled up to my thigh. Again, she pointed at an armoire and like, so we also want that armoire out of the room. And we're like, there is no way in heck that we're going to be able to get this stuff because we're a moving company, not a trash company. Like, there's no way. So I walked out and actually called our office, like, look, we're not doing this job. And she's like, what do you mean? So I sent her the photos that I took, and she goes, yeah, you're not doing that job. Just try to leave politely and everything. I'm like, oh, I will leave politely, and I will, don't worry.
Yeah.
You know your place is trashed when you look outside and the moving truck is squealing away.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, dude. Thanks. Yeah. I couldn't do it either, man. I feel bad for those people, but you're gonna need a crew that specializes in stuff like that.
Yeah. 1-800-GOT-JUNK or something, not that.
And dumpsters. Like, I mean, you're not just hauling a couple truckloads of stuff away. Like,
you need one of those big metal dumpsters.
That's a project.
Dropped off.
You need to call TLC.
We got more talkbacks coming in through our app.
Morning, Brew Crew. Yeah, so we had to throw away. There was a dumpster filled with fish. I lived on Catalina Island, and this was in the summer when I was working there. They would go into a compactor, right? All the garbage would go into a compactor. Well, they wouldn't allow the fish to be shipped like as a biohazard. So we had to go through there and dig out these rotten fish like a week later. It was disgusting. The whole town stunk for like a week.
That is the worst.
Appetizing.
We got text messages coming in on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. What is the grossest thing you ever had to clean? This one's from 9428. It says, the gross thing I had to clean up was when I was a janitor for an elementary middle school when the girls smeared their blood on the mirrors.
Oh, come on.
If you know what I'm saying.
Why would you do that?
If you know what I'm saying.
Oh, no.
Some jobs.
No.
That's the grossest thing I ever had to clean up. When I worked at Target, somebody did something terrible in the women's restroom. I've told this story before. And I went in there and a tampon, someone's used tampon was stuck to the side of the toilet bowl.
Oh, that's not that hard to clean up. All I have to do is like poke it with a stick.
I had to build a stick with toilet paper. Or no, it was like those really rough paper towels. I built a poking stick and I poked at it, and then I finally got it.
And you got to think he's a teenage kid. It's a whole nother thing.
16 years old.
Yeah, that is top.
I mean,
level
I'm sure it was
intensity.
a little traumatizing for you, but
it was awful. Honestly, men's restrooms are so much better. The women's restrooms are always
no,
worse.
I don't doubt that. Women can
Always
be pretty disgusting.
And the men, you get two smells. You get pee and then you get some poo. With the women, you get
31 smells.
It's so much stuff. We got more text coming in. It says from 9784. So the worst thing I ever had to clean up was my roommate's leg drippings. He had congestive heart failure, so his legs were swelling, and he had to sit and smoke, and it would just drip. He had to sit up to smoke, and it would just drip, and eventually you could smell. It would smell so putrid coming through the house.
I think it's best not to be smoking with congestive heart failure.
And you could see the smell was coming right where his feet was, just little puddles of nastiness.
He's like, my legs are already leaking. What else can go wrong?
Yeah, he's like, what are you
Excuse
talking
me
about?
while I rip this heat.
This isn't about longevity.
What is the grossest thing you had to clean up? More of your calls coming up.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Wanted to know this morning, what is the grossest thing you've ever had to clean up? And we've heard, oh my God, there's just so many gross stories. The text messages that are coming in are pretty gnarly. Listen to this, the talkback that we got, the iHeartRadio app from this guy.
The grossest thing I ever had to clean up was when I worked at a gas station. We had these tweakers come in and decide to take a big old dump, but they didn't use the toilet. No, they just used the floor and then picked it up and smeared it all over the walls and everything.
Oh my God.
For no reason. That was fun. End of the night cleanup.
Yeah, you open the door to the bathroom and you just, what in the hell is happening here?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know that I could do it, dude. I'd probably call the boss and be like, you got to hire somebody like a pro to come in here because there's literally poop smeared on the walls.
Yeah,
I'm not cleaning that.
We need men in suits to come in here and clean this up.
Yeah, I don't even know if I go back into the main office or if I just walk right to my car.
Yeah.
I'm like this. My career in gas has ended.
That's it for
right
me.
here.
We got text messages still coming in on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. This one says, I got home from work one day to a horrible smell and discovered that my dog had explosive diarrhea all over his crate and was completely covered in it. He literally had it dried. It had all dried in there, and it took forever to wash out. I thought it was going to throw up multiple times. That happened to me once. Not this dog, but my dog before him pooped in this crate, and it was a mess to clean up.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, dogs don't do that. So unless they're sick, so I'm sure they were not loving it either.
It's the combination of the two. It's the same thing with when I was cleaning off Millie. Is the dry with the wet makes it a hard. You're scrubbing amongst all the other problems.
Antique Brian sent a text in and said the worst thing I had to clean was a hoarder's estate. The house was so full that we discovered multiple closets and a weird attic space and creepy access doors that were completely hidden by piles of boxes and antiques.
Wow.
Man, straight off a TV.
Part of that is, I don't know, because most of it's trash, but there's got to be some gems in there. But, like, who's going to take the time to go through all that garbage to find the good stuff?
I think like a Beefwater type character could get into that as long as it's not too gross, because if it's all rotten in there, then the stuff's probably bad.
Mm-hmm.
More of your calls and texts coming up here in a second. Oh, geez.
You're kind of lucky with the life that you've got that there aren't a ton of these stories.
Some of these pretty gnarly, man. More of your calls coming up. Your chance at $1,000 happens right now.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. This is kind of crazy. So remember the movie Minority Report?
Yeah.
Where it was like, they'd have these 3 precogs that would predict crimes, basically. They're like, oh, this person's going to commit murder. You better go stop him and arrest him.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, apparently something like this is being worked on in the UK right now. Apparently it's a murder prediction algorithm, which is really creepy.
Yeah.
Which is weird to be able to, in a non-movie sense, to be able to prosecute someone for something they haven't done.
But now, I guess through the use of AI algorithms, the same path is, that they used in Minority Report, that same kind of stuff is being explored in the UK. Reports say this new program is looking into logistics behind using technology to, quote, preemptively identify who might commit murder.
Can you prosecute somebody who hasn't committed a crime? No,
Not yet, but I'm sure we'll get some new rules into place.
A lot of questions. They're saying, of course, this comes with a lot of loaded questions that demand answers before something like this could even go live.
Yeah.
Like, how do we know the algorithm's information is even correct? Because every person's going to say, well, I didn't do anything. I haven't committed any murder.
Wouldn't we need a series of tests where it keeps, so we start doing it immediately, right? But instead of prosecuting the people, you're just keeping a database. And so say, okay, we're predicting that Tanner's going to kill somebody. And you just wait and watch. If they do kill somebody, that's one red check. And once we have enough of that, then we can talk about it.
I feel like even having a database of people, that never goes well. That doesn't end
And
well.
it's not, I can't imagine that it would be accurate all the time. So now you're locking away people who are like, no, that was never even on the agenda.
I can tell you're a bit of a creep. I can see it in your face.
I was going grocery shopping. What are you talking about?
Likely story.
Yeah, that's what psychos say.
I could see that maybe being used to predict government attacks or something like natural disasters.
Yeah, if they're scanning the interwebs for the person who's going to crawl on a barn and take a shot at a president, they go for it.
But how cool would it be if they could stop, mass shootings and all sorts of assassins? Yeah, I think it'd be kind of neat, but it seems pretty sketchy.
It is at this point, but hey, if it with time, everything seems to be coming into the picture.
Well, it didn't go well for Tom Cruise. Poor guy had to get new eyeballs and everything.
It's a rough go.
Didn't they have those flying spiders with the cameras on them that would come and look for you in the rooms? I feel like that was
they had
or whatever the little.
Yeah, they had stuff. I think you might be thinking of.
But they had the little things that would come look for you.
Yeah, I think you might be thinking of the end of the what is it? The War of the Worlds.
Because
Tom Cruise is in that. And
that's right.
It's around the same time, right?
Yeah, but there are they do have little bots and things that go and search for you. Minority Report had all sorts of futuristic technologies.
Yeah, it got pretty weird in there.
But there it is. That doesn't sound good, but
no.
They're going to work on it regardless. If they think they can do it, they're going to try. Science is going to kill us all.
That's right.
So, happy Tuesday.
Buckle up.
It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We're commercial free.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up in a few minutes, Beefwater's going to be in here. He's going to do another a free-for-all. So he scoured the internet the last couple of days looking for all the free items and things that people are giving away. And he'll talk about that here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, buddy.
Also, we want to give you this hour's keyword again if you missed it for a shot at $1,000. And God, that money would come in really handy right now. You get paid in a couple days. Just imagine putting an extra $1,000 on top of the paycheck you're already going to get.
That'd be dope.
Mm-hmm.
Make things a little nicer at the grocery store, or the summer's coming up. Maybe you need a bathing suit or something.
Yeah, or maybe you like the dog races. Whatever.
Hey, no racing on, or no betting on dogs.
What? It's legal.
It's inhumane.
What are you talking about? So horses can be bet on, but not a dog?
I prefer horses over dogs. Yes, but I don't like any of it. But did I tell you guys about my plan to adopt a retired greyhound?
Okay. No, you didn't.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I mean, not at this point in my life.
You gonna race him?
Someday. No, they're retired, Drew. I'm gonna put a little coat and little booties on it, and I'm gonna take it out. And people are gonna be like, "Wow, that's an ugly dog." And I'll be like, "Yeah."
He's gonna be
but
like,
he's
"You
mine.
walk slow."
All right, the keyword this hour is win. You can buy whatever you want.
A greyhound, whatever.
This hour's keyword is win. Go to the website, 1059thebrew.com. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword win, and then just keep it on your phone. We could call you back in minutes with the cash. Good luck from 1059 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake.
Whoa,
Isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Remember when, I think it was a couple years ago, when someone sued Subway because it wasn't like a full 12 inches?
Oh, yeah.
They were
a little short.
Yeah, they were suing because it was a little short. Well, this kind of reminds me of that. It's 1059 The Brew, Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Burger King is being sued over the size of their Whopper.
I saw this. False advertising?
Yeah, Burger King is facing a false advertising lawsuit regarding the size of the Whopper sandwiches. 19 customers from 13 states are suing Burger King, claiming that the Whopper and other menu items are advertised with 35% more meat than what they actually get on the sandwiches. Burger King filed a motion to dismiss this. A Florida judge denied that motion on May 5th. And the chain insists that, quote, the flame-grilled beef patties portrayed in our advertising are the same patties used in the millions of burgers we serve to our guests across the United States.
So they're fighting it.
Are they, I mean, is this by volume? Like, because they don't advertise a specific size of burger. Is this just based on pictures and video?
It must be, right? Or do they say like I think sometimes they say like a quarter pound.
Quarter pound, yeah.
But with them, you know, if they're showing you a piece of meat on a bun that is not the same piece of meat in size, it is false advertising.
But don't we know that? Don't we know that all the food on TV is like, if you eat it, you'll die?
Yeah, but
like it doesn't ever since I was a kid, it never looks like it does in the commercials. And that's just kind of the way we've grown to understand things. But it should, I think you're right, but it doesn't. And should we really sue because our burgers are
now granted
smashed?
I'm not going to sue for any of that type of thing, but I would like that it to resemble, and I don't really know about meat size. When I first saw this, I thought the lawsuit was going to be about it looks beautiful on TV and it looks squeezed into a back pocket when I get it.
Yeah.
So like that's what I thought it was going to be, but the meat size probably has a little bit more weight in court if they can prove it.
And I think, Tanner, you're right. I mean, we should all know better at this point. Nobody wants to see what the burger really looks like on the television advertisement because it looks like trash.
I mean, I don't know how they cook the burgers. Sometimes, like, if I cook a burger too long, it shrinks up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe the cooks did that. Because don't they flame broil those things there? So
yeah, it could be shrunken up.
I just I'm like we know the food doesn't look like it does in the commercial. Like I've seen them make it. They glue they take glue and they glue each sesame seed onto the buns. Mm-hmm. The meat isn't really even cooked. They just do it enough to where the top of it looks cooked. If you bite into that, you're gonna get diarrhea.
You mean
at one point,
you mean on the like pictures?
The TV.
I thought you meant for real. I was like, they glue the sesame seeds onto the bun
on the commercial, so it's all
okay.
doctored up. They glue the sesame seeds on one by one. I've seen them do it. They put gloves on and they use little tweezers, like they're painting little tiny models.
Yeah,
and then
and the mayo's like Elmer's glue instead of
and
actual
the coating
mayonnaise.
they put on it at the end to make it all
shiny and glistening. Yeah, it's you will die if you eat the commercial food.
I just want one of these groups to say, screw it. Just put it on TV like it comes in the bag, like stepped on, but delicious. Like you could say it looks stepped on, but it's delicious. We might just embrace that after all the lies.
I do wish the people in the back of house at any fast food restaurant would, I don't know,
a little pride in the burger.
Yeah, take a little bit more care in assembling the cheeseburger.
I get so mad when I open my burger and the cheese is hanging off the side of it, or it's not melted.
Yeah.
And I know they're going fast trying to get us our food, but
you know the feeling when you open it up and there's 9 nuggets in there and you're like, dude, you just ran through my order.
It's just that one nugget ruined everything.
Yeah, dude, you can't count to 10.
All right.
No.
Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to check some of your talkback messages. Also, Beefwater will be in here for another free-for-all. He has scoured the internet looking for all the free items in the Portland, Vancouver, and Salem area, and he'll tell you about them coming up in less than 10 minutes. Happy Tuesday. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Yeah. Happy Tuesday. All right, Beefy's in here. Good morning, sir.
What's up, man?
What up, Beefwater?
How you doing, everybody?
Wearing your Tom Peterson hat?
Yeah, I do that sometimes.
Yeah,
And
Tom.
how come, what's on your shirt?
I don't know. It's just a bear.
It's a space bear.
Bear in a
It's
space
bear in an
suit.
astronaut costume.
An astronaut.
Astronauts.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about astronauts.
Well, happy Tuesday to you, sir.
And same to you guys.
What's been going on with you lately, Beef?
Everything. Just
Yeah.
a little bit of this, a little bit of that, keeping things rolling.
With all the attention that you got on the news,
It's
with,
over now.
With the walk, I mean, did your wife give you a little something, something?
No,
You
there
missed
was
your chance.
Little
dude.
to no care in the household, but it was still a good deed nonetheless.
Oh, I saw your wife was in the chat the entire
and
day.
she was rooting you on the whole way.
It's all a show.
Okay. She
had to show
for everyone
face.
else.
She knew it. I told her thanks for that.
That's good.
And here, go get yourself a massage.
Well, that's all right. You're still a hero to us, sir. Even,
appreciate it.
Even though if your family doesn't consider you one, we consider you a hero.
Yeah, well, I'll take it where I can get it.
Mhm.
How about that?
Beef, you've been scouring the internet the last couple of days
Yeah, I
looking
found some stuff.
for all the free items
I
in
bet
the
you did.
Portland, Salem, and Vancouver location. Beef is one of those guys that he's always on the internet looking for deals, looking for estate sales, looking for yard sales, especially estate sales.
I love an estate sale.
Right.
I
Yeah, so
do.
if your grandpa dies, let
It's
him know.
like being a legal burglar. You get to roll in, go through all their stuff, walk into the bedrooms,
Yeah.
check some stuff out.
Casey's got a lot of weird stuff in his office right now that he's gotten out of estate sales.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's where you find it.
But if you drive by and you see a sign for an estate sale, like how often do you just pass it by?
If I'm just like, do I have the time or do I not have the time?
You are maybe pinched for time.
If I'm pinched for time, probably got to pass. But if I'm like, hey, I don't got nothing going on for the next 20 minutes, why
You'll
not just
pull
dip
over?
in? Because those are the ones where you might find the
Yeah,
thing.
but doesn't it eat away at you if you have to pass it? Like,
Oh, yeah.
It
Yeah.
eats away at you.
Okay.
That's the one where you go, all right, I just lost out on whatever the treasure is. Because
Yeah.
you'll see
The
people
one that
post,
got away.
Yeah, you'll see people post stuff, like especially on the Portland wrestling world, right? People will post, hey, man, I was at an estate sale over the weekend and I found all these programs that are worth like $200 that they probably paid $9 for.
Now, here's a question for you as someone who frequents these things in garage sales, and my wife and I differ on this. If I go by a garage sale sign on a Saturday, or even worse, on a Sunday, and the sign says down the street, Thursday to Sunday, sale, like everything, I am less likely to go deeper into the weekend because I feel like I'm going to go to a picked over party.
You're gonna miss all the good stuff.
Okay.
And my
here you
wife's like, you're, there could be something you want that other people don't want. And I'm like,
What's your
not
advice, Beef?
True. Well, my advice is Drew's not wrong. It will be picked over, but if there is by chance something there, it's going to be half price more often than not.
That's true.
All right.
So
Final
by
day.
Sunday
Something to
they're
chew
looking.
on.
By Sunday they're looking to get it out of there. So that if that's the time to make it.
So if it is still there, you can get
Then you get a deal.
Yeah, less wiggle room earlier in the, if it's Friday, Saturday, less wiggle room. Sunday, they're looking to get it out of there.
It's so true. When I had my last garage sale, I was filling people's cars on the final day. I'm like, you want this? Come on. There's a backpack, miscellaneous goods.
I'll throw this in too. Go ahead.
Yeah, you
Sunday
can
at
have
5,
it.
it's back to your problem. So you want to
Yeah.
you want to
Yeah,
get it
yeah.
out of here.
Yeah.
I have to do a yard sale soon, but I don't want to deal with the haggling. Yeah, everyone's going to try to haggle you. Like the price is the price. I want to put a sign
Well,
up.
then you gotta price everything reasonably too, because I hate going to yard sales.
People
where
overprice
things
things.
are expensive. I'm like, this is a garage sale. I'm not paying more than 50 cents for this.
You look them right in the eye and ask them if they'll take a quarter.
Yeah.
All right.
No, all the hats are $13 each.
I do need to do it though, and that might be something I do this summer. Might just finally do
You
that.
should. That'd be fun.
It
All
is
right.
a fun adventure.
Beefwater, it's time for another edition of Your Free for All.
Okay, man, back we got more free food, which is this seems to be a more and more common occurrence. But if you happen to be a fan of the Quaker Instant Oatmeal, how about 52 free packets waiting for you in the variety pack form, giving you 15 apples and cinnamon, 27 maple and brown sugar, and 10 cinnamon and spice.
And
pretty good deal.
groceries are so expensive right now. Take them up on that
Might
offer.
as well. That apple cinnamon flavor is my favorite.
Free oatmeal, bring your cholesterol down, and know that you're doing a good thing.
I hate oatmeal, but that it's
It
free.
will keep you full if you're a hungry cat.
that is on the Facebook Marketplace over in Portland. If you want to get it free in Vancouver. Okay, 6-foot wooden cross with a sturdy base.
Oh, yeah. You don't
Okay.
want your cross falling over.
Look, I don't know if you, maybe you need to start your own church. Maybe you need to, I don't know, nail something to it. That's your business. That goes down in your garage, all 6 feet of
What
it.
kind of thing would you nail to a
don't
wooden
know.
cross?
I don't know. Maybe the neighbor's cat. Who knows?
Okay, goodness.
The world's your oyster.
You had to ask.
It comes with some backlit lighting situation. They're unsure
Nice.
if that part works. I don't know why they couldn't just plug it in and check that out real quick. But nevertheless,
You probably make it like a sweet nativity scene for Christmas.
that could be good. You
Or
got
celebrate this new pope. Just throw that bad boy in the yard.
options for days. It's waiting for you up there in Vancouver. Or if you're out in Washougal and you're feeling a little lonely, you can claim 2 barn cats. Little kittens, super cute, little gray and black striped fella, and then a calico looking thing. But I don't think it's actual calico because I think calicos are almost always female. Is that right, Laura?
Torties are almost always female. I don't know about calicos. Might be similar. I'm not sure.
All right. Either way, you got a couple
Way
free
too many
cats waiting
cat
for
facts. You should go pick those up.
you. Go get them. You need 2 more?
I don't think
I can
so.
get you these cats by noon.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, they're waiting for you out in Washougal if you're, like I said, feeling a little lonely.
Yeah.
If you've got some storage that you need to contend with, how about some clean used yogurt containers? Mainly 48 ounce, some 32 ounce. You can use them for crafts. You can use them for nursery pots. Yes, they eat a lot of yogurt. It says it right there. But just for reference, they say a used nursery pot is $5 to $10 each. And they've got 100 of these containers.
Wow.
Do that math. Yeah, exactly. This is what we're here for. All right, last but not least, if you got a lazy eye, how about some free adhesive eye patches? 2 boxes unopened,
Hey.
1 box that's open, but 11 unused eye patches there, along with another package opened, but you got 24 unused eye patches there too, so 24, 34, 35 eye patches.
So what, did the guy die, or did he just decide he didn't like those patches?
I don't know, maybe his eyes started working again.
Yeah, he probably got the eye
miracle.
figured out.
Maybe they did their job.
What if you had a pirate party and everyone gets a patch?
It's all good. You know the ones I'm talking about. It looks like a Band-Aid
Yep.
for your
Yeah,
eyeball.
Yeah.
But did you suggest somebody with a lazy eye
Well, isn't
use
that
one
what
of those?
the-
I don't.
That's what you do it for.
I don't think you cover up your lazy eye.
You cover up the good one and make the lazy one work hard.
Okay. Is that
I
how
actually,
that works?
true.
I get so frustrated. Like, there's this guy I know who's got a lazy eye, and I don't talk to him very often. But when I do, I'm never sure which eye to look at.
Yeah, whichever
tough
one's
Because
down.
I don't know which one's the lazy one. I just know one of them is.
Easiest thing to do is just ask him. Am I going left or right here, sir?
Just find the one that's dancing a little less.
Yeah.
Because they see me doing that, right? Like going back and forth, which I look at.
I
Like,
know, they know, so just ask.
okay.
What's the
I think
middle?
if I saw somebody doing that, I'd be like, it's the left one, bro.
Yeah, seriously.
Make this
You
easier
going to
for
make
you.
me walk in circles for days? Or you just
Which
gonna tell
eye
me
do I look at? Okay. All right. That's good to know. Because the eye patch makes it clear.
Is it the one that's laying on its belly over there?
And I do appreciate you covering that hole. Like, if you don't have an eye there,
Oh.
like, it's kind of
The
hard.
people with lazy
Yeah.
eyes don't have a hole in
The
their
eyeball's
head.
there.
Yeah, it's a pivot.
I'm talking
It's
about
an
when they're
absolute-
like there's a politician who doesn't have an eye there, and he's got to wear an eye patch. It's like a
yes,
pirate. And so I
right.
always think, like, I appreciate you covering that up because I don't want to throw up in
Yeah,
my mouth.
you look like One-Eyed Willie in the
my
Goonies.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's
That is so rude.
empty socket.
I mean, you could decorate that socket in so many ways.
And I
Put
wish
Christmas lights
I wish
in
they
there.
would put like the glass one in there or something.
Like,
Hey, look,
One-Eyed
that's a good
John
place.
has one, and
Yeah.
I mean, it's
yeah, and I appreciate
Seriously.
that.
Pretty
If
convincing.
hypothetically, you're at Disneyland. What a place to put your keys.
Oh,
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Now, what's trending?
All right, online at 1059thebrew.com, you can see the video of the Amazon pooper. We talked about this morning. This Amazon driver was just delivering packages and pooping and peeing on people's doorsteps and porches.
She gave a new meaning to the phrase delivering packages.
Yes, she did.
They did fire her, but I don't know if any she's gonna get in trouble legally or anything like that.
I would imagine they'd have to press charges, like the people whose porches she pooped on.
Well, it's also like, think about where we live. People poop downtown all
true.
the time. If they actually took the time to go look. Now, the Ring doorbell might make it easy, and you know where she worked, so it's not like hard detective work.
I'm wondering
but will
if
they do
she
it?
could get popped with like indecent exposure or something. I don't know.
My question is though, like, was she doing this because she was angry at the customers, or did she have a bad sandwich the night before and just on her run just kept finding out that she had to go poop?
It's weird that it's at 2 locations, so it feels on purpose.
It feels on purpose, but that could be because she has a terrible stomach.
And also, like, find the nearest bush. Like, there's no reason why you'd have to do
On
it
their
on
doorstep.
someone's
I was just
right.
going to say, human nature would tell you to go find a spot around the corner, not right in the middle of the porch.
That sounds like intentional. Like I have a vendetta. I'm sick of delivering to this house. So
you Dairy Queen the doorstep, dude.
Oh.
Whoop.
Anyway, the video's online. It's gnarly. 1059thebrew.com. It is blurred a little bit, so you don't see everything.
Which is unfortunate. I wish they would show it.
Lauren wants the nuttiness.
We got our Donkey Show podcast also online at 1059thebrew.com, and your chance at $1,000 every single hour. A gang. Todd Father's on the phone. What up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not
How
much.
you guys doing?
Not much. Just hanging out, wrapping the show up here.
Chilling.
That's cool. That's cool. When are you guys doing another bacon and beer? I haven't heard anything about one yet.
Well, Beefwater yesterday went to scope out a place.
Yeah, we're waiting on confirmation. Hopefully, I would say in the next few days we'll have some intel and maybe even an announcement. But I don't want to put the cart before the horse here.
Yeah, we've got a theme. We know what we want to do, and like we've got a guest that we'd like to get. But we're gonna wait until we know like when and where the it's happening, and then we'll start talking about all that. So hopefully, yeah, either later this week or early next.
Well, let me know early, man, because I wanna help you guys. I want to do something fun with you guys. Banner, or whatever I need to do.
Well, you always do,
making cool shirts, whatever. You know me.
Yeah, you're the man, dude.
Whatever.
And we always appreciate you.
Yeah. So the company that he works for is what is it again, Case?
It's his company.
FLIFX.
That's your company, and it's blowing up. You guys are growing in other states and stuff.
Well, yeah, it's not my company; it's our company, and it's a great big. We've been doing the clothing business for only a couple of years, but we've been there in the same building for 25 years doing other things. So.
Dang.
Yeah, they make all the Brew and Tanner, Drew, and Laura T-shirts and the Brew stickers and Tanner, Drew, and Laura stickers. So they do great stuff. So. If you need something let's say your work crew needs new uniforms.
His operation is vast. When you walk through that place, you have different sections of this big warehouse, and they're all doing different stuff. Some people are painting doors. Some people are like dipping. Like when you maybe seen on TV where they take car parts and they dip them in that stuff and that tank of water and then it pulls back out. Doing that sort of stuff. Obviously, the printing, the embroidery. He's got a full operation going on out there in Newburgh.
Yeah, they do great work. What's your website so people know real fast, Todd Father?
Finish Line Industries or FLIFX.com.
All right, buddy.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, we'll let you know as soon as we find out, okay?
You guys have a great day. Love you.
Buddy.
You do the same. Take it easy, bud.
Todd Father, everybody. The Todd Father.
The Todd Father.
All right, that does it for us, y'all. We will see you tomorrow. We've got another pair of tickets to go see Breaking Benjamin in 3 Days Grace. 1059 The Brew presents that show at the Tanner, Drew, and Laura Amphitheater in October.
Can't wait.
What else?
Well, I think you've covered all the boxes.
Yeah. Would you like to take us out in song, Casey?
Which song? Can you play some more of that beautiful stuff you're playing off?
Yeah. All right.
Oh boy. Let's just get emotional real quick. How about it?
Yeah. Casey doesn't like the song. I happen to love the song.
Okay. Well, but you should play him a song that he knows.
He doesn't. I
want to round out my emotional experience this morning with this number right here.
Okay. I need to hear you singing loudly.
Oh,
and clearly.
I don't know the words to it. I just try and absorb this and take it in.
Fireflies.
And
you would not believe your eyes.
How do you not know this song?
Well, because I turn it off. Oh, listen to that.
If 10 million fireflies as I try to sleep.
Okay, now I feel like I just got broken up with. Just like that.
Air. All right. I do like that song.
I don't even care.
What did Beepwater say? He goes, this guy sounds like he can't lift 10 pounds.
Yeah.
I think he said 20 pounds, but he might
Okay,
be
well,
right about
he
that.
would like to amend it.
Good luck changing that tire with those painted nails.
Also, how dare you? I can paint. I can change a tire just fine.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
Look at now.
I would
Now
actually,
you're talking. Here's
I'd
some
actually like to
machismo.
see that. Can Laura change a tire? We should do that on the show.
Oh, I think so.
I can change a tire.
You think so?
I've
All right.
done it before.
Sure.
Beepwater, go pop one of hers.
We'll talk
right
about
now.
this tomorrow.
All right.
It's 105.9 The
I
Brew.
got slashing to do.
Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Bye.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Yo.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What up, bro?